Riled Up Riley asks, what got fixed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing has gotten fixed right now. I'm uh I'm basically done with this one. These GitHub issues that I was working for about 4 hours, right? And now I'm working on converting a lot of the keybinds that can be used to trigger events. So I'm changing that to be a console command instead of a keybind combination. So that's the next task, and it won't be taking long, since I have a lot of the related code already. For example, I can take the previous code from, for example, NA-cops. I can take the code from that one and then just plug it in there. I still need the harmony. Like this. Isn't it like this? No, no, it's not. Where is that type from? I always forget. Where is the type derived from? Here. So it needs to be something like this. And now it should resolve, right? Yes. And then I just need to make a run command function, and that I have an example of. I still need to fix a lot of the command names and such. So like this. I still need to define these and fix this one. Rolled Up Riley asks, why can't I hear anything? It's not on mute. Because I'm not talking. There is no talking going on. It's just me trying to write the code and get rid of ugly code. And make more nice code. Code that doesn't look like garbage. Rolled Up Riley states that it's really good code, not garbage. Well, I disagree with that, but I'm the only one who can judge my own code. If I say it's garbage, then I know it's garbage. You cannot prove otherwise. There is no way you can prove it. Relda Pirelli asks, honestly, what's your favorite mod that you made? I mean this one for sure, definitely this one. Like I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on coding all of this, like maybe nearing 1,000, easily, easily. So it's easy for me to say that this one is definitely one of the ones that I like most. And of course, then next one comes NA Cops. You know, after that maybe Flatline. After that maybe I want to say Intelligent Dialogue, because it's the one where I let the Gemini API handle all of the talking for the NPCs, and then also enable the NPCs to act upon the Gemini's decisions. So I find that really intriguing. Um, that one probably comes fourth or fifth, But I don't know if the Gemini API thing mod works anymore. I haven't tested it in probably like 6 months. But it was fun. I might probably like keep coding that one. But I want to figure out how to connect it with a local model. So let's say like old llama, you have a local port open for the API there. Then you'd be able to query the local API instead of connecting like to a cloud service that the original mod uses. It would be kind of fun having AI inside of like schedule one, and then AI just like talks to you and pretends to be one of your customers, and then I think it's more immersive, way more immersive. Rolled Up Riley asks, so is there any console command to instantly go to the 3 endgame quests? No, there is not. But basically now there is. But I haven't updated the mod yet. But I just did that right here. It's right here, all of it. It's all here. So it's gonna be in the next update. So a console command like, I think, if you type into the console Cartel Enforcer, and then you type start, and then you type, let's say, 4 wheels. Let's say you want to start the 4 wheels quest, then this command will start it immediately, and you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay or talk to the NPC to start the quest. This will add it instantly. Riled Up Rally also asks, how do I get the 3 quests though? Well, that's an important one, because you know, by default, the quests are a bit of like a puzzle, you know? They're like a puzzle. So you don't encounter the quests normally if you just play the game, right? You basically have to go to the places where you see the NPCs, and then you kind of like encounter those along the way if you go and talk to them at certain time frames. So, for example, if you want to start the 4 wheels quest, you're going to wait until the time is between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. And then you navigate yourself to the northern waterfront, right? And there you have to talk to Cranky Frank, right? And when you do that, there will be an option. When you talk to the NPC, there will be an option where you can pay money, and then Cranky Frank is gonna tell you stuff about the cartel, and then the quest starts. That's how to start that one. Then if you want to start the Infiltrate Manor, for that one, you have to wait until 15 minutes over 6 p.m., right? So, when that happens, Ray will come out of their business, right? And they will go to smoke tobacco next to the bank. So, Ray is next to the bank, smoking a ciggy, right? And when that happens, Ray will have a dialogue option, so you have to go to talk to Ray when they're smoking right next to the bank. And there, when you talk to Ray, you're gonna pay them money, and then you get the quest, basically. And then the third hostile quest, which is the Unexpected Alliances, you're gonna have to wait until 6 p.m. because that's when the warehouse opens, right? You're gonna go to the warehouse, and inside there, talk to the big boss. Inside there, you gotta talk to the big boss, and then you pay the big boss some money, right? And that's where you start the quest. Can I do this quest without lowering cartel influence? Yes. Yes, you can. But you have to be a certain rank for them to appear. So there's pre-requirements, right? And it's like you gotta be like hustler or something like that for them to start, right? And you gotta have money, of course. That's how they work currently. So for the 4 wheels quest, you gotta be hustler, and then for the 4 wheels quest, you need to be hustler, and then for the 2 other quests, you need to be bagman rank. right? And also, I forgot to mention, the quests also have pre-requirements where you have to have unlocked enough customers. So in that sense, yeah, it requires you to lower the cartel influence a little bit so that you can progress. For example, if you want the unexpected alliances quest or the infiltrate manor quest, both of them require you to have customer or unlocked suburbia, right? So you gotta have unlocked the second to last region in the game for those two. And then for Will's quest, I think you gotta have unlocked docks. So you gotta unlock docks before that one. But yeah, it's a bit of like a puzzle. You know, the game doesn't really tell you when the quests are available, and the game doesn't really tell you where they are. So it's like I've written all of it down. It's all in the README file in the GitHub, and you can see it in the Thunderstorm mod page. It's all like written down and documented, but the game itself, it doesn't really guide you with the mod. That's really a problem that I've seen a lot of people struggle with. You know, like the mod is not forcing you to complete those quests in any way. They are just purely additive to the base game. Does it work even if I unlock customers via console? Yes. Yes, it will work. But it will take like 30 seconds to update. So the mod checks every 30 seconds that are your pre-requirements met, and then if that's true, then the game will make the dialogue options for the NPCs. So then you gotta go to the NPCs and talk to them, of course, to start the quest. But for the dialogue options to start or be generated, that is checked every 30 seconds, and console commands should work. So you can like rank up, give yourself XP with the console, and then unlock customers in the docks, and also one customer in the suburbia, right? And then that will do it basically. Then you will have access to all of the end game quests. But personally, I use just like I have saves. One save is like allied, and then I do testing of the allied features there, and then I have another save where I'm hostile with the cartel, right? And then I've unlocked all the pre-requirements. So I don't really test even the pre-requirements. It's not part of the QA testing at all. I mostly test the features and make sure that everything works correctly. So I kind of skip that process by having like preset saves that I go back to over and over again to test the features. But in the next update, there will be console commands that you can use, so you don't have to actually like do the puzzle anymore. The puzzle part is over. Do you have a different save for Anacops? No, I don't. I use the same saves for Anacops too. So when I develop, I just like delete Cartel Enforcer, and then I put the Anacops mod into the mods file, and then I play just on Anacops. So I don't do cross compatibility testing at all. It's not a part of the QA in any of my mods. Because I don't really need. In Anacops, the only thing that I realistically have to test is the raiding, right? The raids are a big part of the mod. I spent a lot of hours and sweat and tears on that one, the raids feature. So that's the only one that I test. And for that, I can just pick up any save, basically. And then I just type the console command to start the raid. And then I'll test to see whether the cops work or not. Do they take all my cocaine, or do they scare my employees or shit like that? Yeah, that's usually what I do. Any save, and then build a little bit, and then do the work. But Anacops, it's a little bit broken right now. With the raids, it's supposed to scare the employees so that all your employees run away whenever the cops run into your property, right? They're coming to raid it. But the employees don't get scared. They don't stop working and get scared and run away like they're supposed to. And I don't really know why. I kind of missed the bug in my previous QA testing, which I'm kind of saddened by, you know, like how can I miss that kind of stuff? But right now, I think, like, do I have anything important that I want to pull off right now? How long has it been? 1 hour and 30 minutes. So I'm pretty sure that this GitHub issues number 28 is done, but I still want to do QA testing. And then also I want to do QA testing for the new console commands. Testing. I need to test that every single console command works as expected. I can do the quests, I can do the events. And then do I want to start anything new? The allied features is something that I've been really eager to work on. Like, there's so many good ideas here. There's so many good ideas here. When allied with the cartel, implement new features and quest line. So what should I pick up next? What's the next thing? You're done with the bugs? I mean, as far as I know right now, yeah. But every time that I do the QA testing, I always notice something new. So that's gonna happen soon, because I'm gonna test the console commands, and that means that I'm gonna test every single feature at least once. So usually during that, I'm gonna notice something like, okay, well, this feels off, or this isn't supposed to be like that, and then I'll proceed to fix it. So I usually get more bugs the more I try things. But before I do that, I want to check if I want to like really do something fun. I've been struggling to make anything fun. I've been just fixing bugs and rewriting code and doing some like refactoring of code, and nothing fun really. So for to compensate for that, I'm gonna do something fun. You know, I haven't had any content updates really for the Cartel Enforcer ever since I released the allied extensions. So there hasn't been any new updates really, or content. So I want to add some content in this update, and also this update is gonna be a little bit of like a fixing of bugs. It's gonna be a little bit of both. I think the next update that adds the cartel fights. So do you think it's better to have like a cartel fight where you're gonna be like allied with the cartel, and then you're gonna do a fist fight with the Benzies, you know? Or maybe the one where you're fighting the cops with the Benzies. So I think either one of those would be good. So it would be like a new quest. I think this would be easy. Feature to allow going back from truce to hostile. So when you're hostile with the cartel, I think there should be a way. This was recommended to me by one of the chatters. So this would be easy. This would be easy to pull off in code. But how does it work in practice? Like, where does the payment get made? So I think first of all, Thomas Benzie has to be like re-enabled in the messaging app, or behind Manor, near Manor. So I was thinking maybe you gotta send a message to Thomas, you know, to break the hostile state. You know, you're sending them a message, just like you do with the going from truce to hostile. You're sending them a message like, yeah, the deal is off, I'm not working for you anymore. So then I was thinking like, okay, well, maybe it could be that, but then again, it's a different type of message. Like, okay, well, I changed my mind, I think I want to work with you, type of stuff maybe. So I'm gonna put that in. So maybe messaging phone, and then that's gonna cost money, of course. That's the option number one, and I'll keep it. So near manor would be another. So that would be another one. So I'll keep that in mind. I'm probably not gonna do this right now because it's not really content. It's just like a tool, more like a tool for progression. What about this one? Wild Truth, how launder money through the Benzies. This is also pretty easy to pull off. Maybe I could do this right now. This is only gonna take like 1 hour max. 1 hour max. I expect this to take 1 hour. 1 hour max. Easy to pull off in code. And then for this one I expect to take 2 hours because I have to do a little bit of reversing with the Unity Explorer. Unity Explorer exploring. That's what it requires. But this doesn't require. I can just write the code pretty easily. Then how long will the combat challenge take? So I think the combat challenge where you gotta do a fist fight. What did you say you're gonna do again? I don't know. That's the problem. I don't really know. I'm doing what do you call it? There's a word for it. What do you call it? It's a part of development progress. So it's like basically a part of like sprints or agile type of planning. So I'm estimating how long will it take to pull off any features, and then I'm estimating how much value do I get out of it, and then I'm estimating like, well, which one do I want to work with the most based on all of the estimations that I've done. That's how you get good quality code, best quality code, and the things that people want the most. And you're not making like a mod that, you know, nobody wants to play with. So how long will the combat challenge quest? I estimate that this one will take 10 hours. No, well, I think Infiltrate Manor quest took me 10 hours to make, so I'll put that into context. Yeah, I think this one will take me about 10 hours. And it doesn't really require any Unity Explorer things, but I need to like work with a lot of the vision related stuff and awareness related stuff to not make every single one of the Benzies kill you whenever you punch one of them. So that's that's why I need to do that. And then this one, so the one where you fight the cops with the Benzies, I think this one is gonna take about 15 hours, including like all of the testing and writing the code. So this requires, well, yeah, it's already written down here, but I estimate it's gonna take 15 hours at least. And then this one, a cartel related vehicle quest where player must drop off items throughout the city with a lot of stuff in their trunk at nighttime perhaps. So I think the idea here, how would this work in practice? Because there's no planning for this yet. So So when you're allied, I think like you go to manor, and then manor has a car, and then you drive the car around. You drive the car to cartel dealers' houses, and then you drop stuff there. And I think this is going to take, I'll say 10 hours, because I still need to work with a lot of the car related mechanics, and then figure out how to do the dropping of stuff. What does that mean? How does that work? I don't know. Imagine you message Thomas. If he says yes, he will say drop your finest product near the manor. NPC will be near the manor, and you give him your finest product. There's a chance for they to say no. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a nice idea. Yeah. So you're kind of like paying your way back into the truce, if I understood correctly. So I'll actually add it to this one. I like that idea. So it's like a combination of both. So first messaging on the phone, then near manor, drop finest product, and then based on product, go back to truth. I like that idea. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely gonna take like maybe for I overestimate. I think it's gonna take 6 hours. 6 hours. And then actually I'll overestimate this one, because I want to add another thing additionally. So I want to make it possible for the player to launder gold bars and golden like valuable items through the manor mailbox. So the player can launder, for example, gold bars through them, and then turn that into, yeah, launder like gold bars or something, guns, etc. So it's like an alternative to the pawn shop, but then again better pricing than pawn shop. I guess that's I think that's a way to go for it. So it's like more ways to launder money through the Benzies. So I guess I could start with one of these quests. Which one should it be? Maybe this one. Or this one. Takes the longest. This takes the longest for sure. But it's probably gonna be the most fun. So I guess I'll start with it. I won't be able to get it done today. But I'll have like a framework for it. That's all I really need. I'll just add here do allied quest framework and continue later. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm gonna declare a new file that is going to be named. What am I gonna call the quest? What is it gonna be called? Where you go to the northern waterfront, you help them transport cocaine. But then cops show up. And then you kill the cops with the cartel. What am I gonna call it? I'm gonna call it, because it can't be the same name. The 4 wheels, it's already done. So what am I gonna call it? True Brothers should be the name. That is what is it called. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Yes. So we are going to call it True Brothers. There we go. It's done. And then I'm gonna take a quest. For example, I'll take this one because they already have like all the necessary code. And then I'm just gonna rename everything. So quest True Brothers. True Brothers. Description. Help the cartel transport cocaine at the northern waterfront. That is the description for it. Then what else? Okay, now I need to kind of figure out the entries. So there's going to be stages to the quest. Where does it start? Where does it proceed? And where does it end? So how does the quest start? Where does it start and when? I think the player must have they must have worked with the cartel for some time. It makes sense. So I'm gonna say that the pre-requirements are somewhere, you know, maybe have a unlocked suburbia, for example, and then I don't think there needs to be any rank requirement, but have at least unlocked suburbia, because that means that they've had to at least, you know, recruit the cartel dealers and you know, work with them. So but how does it start? That's what I'm thinking about. I don't really know what makes sense. Who would Thomas send a message like, okay, well, you gotta go help the goons, go help the goons, you know, help the goons transport cocaine. Gotta help me, bruh. Something like that. Or a random goon goes to you. I like that. I like that idea. It's like spawn a random goon somewhere, you know, and suddenly you're jump scared by a goon. Yo, we need your help. Yo, buddy, we need your help. So where am I gonna do the notes? I'll just do it here. Random goon spawns, interrupts player and talks to them, and then from that and from that the goon tells that they need help tonight, and that basically starts the quest. So it's gonna be like a random encounter basically. And then he tells you to follow him. Yeah, why not? Why not? It could be done. Yeah, easily. Starts the quest, and then then we have the first quest entry here. So it immediately starts when the player accepts the quest, basically. And the first quest entry is going to be quest entry follow goon. And then with that they're gonna arrive at the northern waterfront, basically, and then there's going to be cocaine at the same place that the four wheels quest has it. So spawn cocaine, etc. at the place. Copy code from four wheels. That wouldn't be taking too long. And then and then after arriving at the northern waterfront, the player will need to move cocaine. So that's gonna be the next entry. This is gonna be completed by maybe proximity, perhaps. So this is gonna be move cocaine. This is gonna be like an intro to the quests. If it's possible, can it be multiple places? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to think about that. Like scaling up the quests is really hard. That was proven by the ally supplies quest. It's like scaling it up is really hard. But the move cocaine one, so there's gonna be cocaine, and then move that to the trunks of cars. So there's gonna be a bunch of cocaine, and then you gotta pick it up and move it into the trunks of the cars, you know. And I already know that players are gonna steal the cocaine, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for me. They can steal the cocaine. But if they steal the cocaine, the quest will fail immediately. If you do not put the cocaine in the trunk, you know, the goons will attack you. They will be mad. Can it be multiple times? Yes, all of the quests, you can play them multiple times. Except for the intro, allied intro quest. That's only one time. For a reason. It's kind of like an introductory quest. Okay, well, do this, do that, and that's how you work with the mod type of thing. But after you're done with moving cocaine, what happens after that? Moving cocaine, that triggers something. So next thing, the police will arrive, basically. The police will arrive because they got a tip on you. They got a tip on you. So the police will arrive. So I'm gonna call this defeat police. Defeat police ambush. Or actually just police ambush. That's gonna be it. So next thing. So police ambush. Police will arrive and then start a shootout with the Benzies. And then defeat all police. And then after the police have been killed, then I think it's just like waiting for the wanted state to disappear. Basically, it's a timer. And then after that one, I guess there's not a lot more to it. Like the cocaine will be in the trunks, the police have been killed, and then the player wins the quest. I think that's like short enough and meaningful enough, and there's content. I think the next quest entry will be like a ending dialogue type of thing. So quest entry it will be or no. I think it's just this one, because honestly, like, I don't think it needs more than that. It's gonna be a short quest, and then after the ambush, wait for the timer to expire, and then win the quest. And then maybe after that, maybe one of the goons that's alive will come to the player and say something along the lines, "We got it from here. Thanks for help." Something like that. You know, to kind of wrap it all up. I think that's the quest, like, framework for it. World of Raleigh says, I want to buy stuff from Benzies. We are true brothers. Yeah, we are. I'll add that. Like that. Something like that. So, along these lines, I can work with it. So, what am I gonna do here first? I need to do all of the boring stuff, which is all of the game object instantiation for the quest object. So I'll do follow goon object, and then quest entry follow goon. Set the parent to be the quest object. Then there's gonna be quest entry for move cocaine. So much code. And then quest entry police ambush. Move cocaine object. Set parent. Then police ambush object. Set the parent. And then I'm gonna declare the quest entries. So there's gonna be 3 of them. Follow goon, move cocaine, and then police ambush. And then I'm gonna point it to the objects like this. Those are gonna create the necessary quest entry objects or components. And then here I'm gonna do these. And then I'm gonna point those to be these ones. And then I'm gonna add all of them to the entries. This. Rather says, if you're allied with them for so long, you can ask if you can get some product and buy seeds and stuff from them. I will add it to the list. We'll add it to the list. Let's add it to the... Where is my list? Somebody give me my list. Where's my list? I can't find it. Hold on. Here. Here's my list. While allied with cartel, buy stuff from goons. So pre-requirement is that player has to have worked allied with cartel for a while, and then after that player can talk to goons and buy stuff like seeds and items from them. I think that's like, make it like buying seeds from Albert. I'll try to make it something like that, but I always like to give, you know, or make like my own style of thing. So I won't be making it identical to buying stuff from Albert, because I want it to be a little bit more diverse. It's not like, okay, well, here's another merchant for you. I want it to be like, okay, well, you gotta do something a little bit differently than you'd normally do. Something like that. But it's gonna be something like the transactional. Okay, so you're using money to buy stuff. I don't know how it's gonna work, but that's definitely gonna be on the list. I'm not gonna do any planning for it, how long it's gonna take or how much value will it provide, because that it's not important right now. What's important right now is that the framework for this quest should be done by today. So unnecessary logging, let's take that out, or actually let's keep it, because you know I always need it. Okay, so the first one will be follow goon. And then this is gonna need a min pass function, so minute pass function that updates the POI location, or optionally I can set the transform transform object. No. I need to update the point location object position to match the cartel goon basically, and then this will be it. And then the title for this one will be follow the cartel goon to northern waterfront. And then I'll name this one follow goon entry POI. And then this one will be parented to the follow goon transform because it's gonna make the object. And then the transform position will be, so when this quest is initiated, I need to already have a goon spawned for it to be able to assign the position here. So I'm just gonna do a vector 0 here, and then I have to do it later. So I'll just mark this to do, mark as the spawned goon that guides, and update position. So that way it will update the map marker and the quest marker in real time. And then this entry, when this is the Unity action, so when this is completed, so follow goon action on follow goon completed or complete, then I'm gonna take the next one. No, I'm gonna take this one, make sure it's not null and the state is not failed, and make sure that the next quest entry is not null, and if it's not null then we begin it, and then update the logo. And then I'm gonna go back to this one. Wait, no, I'm gonna take this one, the callback, make sure it's not null, and then I'm gonna delete the listener from the callbacks, basically, from the quest entry, and then mark it as null so that it can be picked up by a garbage collector. In IL2 CPP, in Mono it's a little bit different though. And then I'm gonna declare that the action is this function, and then I'm gonna set the quest entry to have that listener, like that, and then rinse and repeat. Basically, that's what happens here. This one I can get rid of. So next up is to move cocaine. So move cocaine, set entry title. The title is going to be move cocaine from the pallets. Are they called pallets? I think they're called pallets. Honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna tweak out if it's yeah, it's called a pallet, right? Move cocaine from the pallets to the SUV. So there's gonna be like a cartel SUV there. Copy paste all of this. And then this one is gonna be move cocaine entry underscore POI, and then set the parent do I need to set the parent? Do I need a point location for this one? Because I don't really think so. Because when the first one completes, the player should already see the cocaine on the pallets and see the SUV. So just reading the title, like move the cocaine from the pallets, should be kind of enough. It doesn't really need any map markers on it. So I think I'm gonna leave this without a POI object. But again, there was a little bit of a thing that I have to do when I do that. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm doing everything correctly here. Like here, for example, I need to set the compass element and the POI to false. So that's what I'm gonna do. So, and then auto create POI is false. Okay, so do I need to reset the position? No, because I'm not really creating it either. So, and I can set the parent maybe to be, yeah. So I'll create the object, but then I'll leave the auto create disabled. Or wait, no? Yes, yes. So I'll do this. Or wait, am I doing it correctly now? I don't know. Because I'm pretty sure that it doesn't need the update. I'll make sure, because I know it should be here then. Yeah, yeah, if it's the first quest entry, then it's this one. Yeah, then it's this one, so. This should be correct, no? Yeah, yeah. I'll add it here. Like this, and then get rid of this. No, I'm doing it wrong now. Hold on, what the fuck? I need to do it here. So instead of that, I'll do this. So I'm gonna say quest entry move cocaine compass element is not visible, and then the POI is not created. Riley asks, are you fixing mono or IL2 CPP first? I mean, I always work in a specific order, and that is to make new features in mono. So I go always mono first, but I'm always working side by side. So I'm working with IL2 CPP while I work with mono. So it's both. So after this, it's gonna be like working for both of them. That's that. I think I should do this maybe. Make it make sense. and then move cocaine action on move cocaine complete. Make sure that the move cocaine quest entry is not null and the state is not failed. And then if that holds true, then the police ambush will start. Right, that makes sense. And then, am I gonna do a POI for this one? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think so. Like, the police will arrive there, the player doesn't really have to navigate anywhere, so I don't think it's reasonable to add any quest markers on the map or the POI. It's gonna be like a little bit self-explanatory. You gotta just kill the cops. So I'll take this out. Maybe. Yeah, I'll take this out. Then I'll remove the compass element. And then from the previous quest entry, I will remove the listener, the move cocaine action listener. That's what's gonna happen. And then for the move cocaine action, I will define that it is using this function. And then when move cocaine gets completed, it will call the action. Like that. Roundup asks, please release it on IL2CPP2 because that's my branch. Yes, all of the updates will come on Mono and on IL2CPP. Both of them will be available always. The code is designed to compile for both of them simultaneously, so it will be both. I make no exceptions about that. Then the police ambush. The entry title will say kill the cops. No. Kill the ambushing cops. I don't fucking know. God damn it. Riley asks, do you use S1 API in your mods? No, I don't. My mods are standalone. They will work independently, regardless of what mods you have enabled or disabled. So you don't need any additional frameworks for them. You don't need to download anything else but the one DLL file. And then sometimes additionally some data files, which are usually just configuration files that you need to manage the mod. And even if you don't get those, the mods will make the config files for you. So like you don't even need those sometimes. So, but the answer is no. You don't need S1 API. I started coding these mods before S1 API was even a thing, or maybe it was a thing, but it didn't have really anything. Like I couldn't make any of this with S1 API back when I started doing this, so it made no sense for me to use something that doesn't benefit my development cycle. But now I think it would be beneficial though. But it's too much work for me to transfer all of the logic into S1 API related code and then making sure that everything works again. You know, it's a lot of hassle, a lot of unnecessary work in my opinion. But what is the entry going to be? What is the entry going to be? I think defeat the police ambush. Defeat the police ambush. That's exactly what I want. And I think for this, I'm gonna just like spawn additional cops in runtime, because I know that there's gonna be like, okay, well, what if there's a road blockade? What if there's like something? I'm just gonna spawn more. Maybe spawn like a couple of waves. So you're gonna fight first 3 cops, and then after you kill those, it's gonna despawn them, and then spawn 4 more, and then you kill those, and after that's complete, you're kind of done with it. And then if any cops from the overworld come to you, and maybe you gotta kill those too, I don't know, perhaps. So I'll say police ambush dot auto create POI is false again, because I don't need it. I don't really need it. And then this one doesn't need a Unity action at all, because I'm gonna be listening for the minute pass function to make sure that the wanted state has disappeared, and then complete the quest based on that. Right. And then I'll probably, do I need an hour pass function? No, I'll just use a mini pass function, maybe. Makes sense. Right. Main label text to brothers. This, set it active, set the quest state active, and then update the quest map logo for the first entry, which is follow goon. Where is it? Here. Quest entry follow goon, like this. And then I'll have to work with this one. What is this? No, this is like a serializable field. I don't want this one. I need to make sure that it's in the end game quest. So here I'll have to make another new one, basically. So I'm gonna do a setup cleanup type of thing as usual. So it's gonna be underneath. I'm gonna do allied true brothers quest. Then I'm gonna include the namespace here, so I'm gonna say it's using static Cartel Enforcer dot quest true brothers. This. Then I'm gonna say quest this, and then active goddamn True Brothers quest, like this. Do I need? I'm only gonna need a flag like this one. So I don't want to reappear in the same session, so it's like one quest per one session. True Brothers quest completed. Just say completed like this. And then I'll work with those later. I'll do those later. So then the setup, I'll do logging. So generate true brothers quest, new quest object, and then I'm gonna assign it to this one. And then let's say that it's the correct quest, like this. We set it active. We set this one to be enabled. And then call the setup self. And then probably yield break here. Just for convenience. And then the cleanup. I'll work with this cleanup function later because it's gonna be different. Because I don't really have content for the quest, it's just a framework. There's nothing going on except that. Right. So now I can say wait, what the fuck? Well, what's the usual thing that I do in min-pass functions here? So I'll check that it's active and then not saving, basically. Not saving, active, and then or completed. So like this. And then if it's not truest, you fail the quest. That's correct. That's I don't know what that is. How long has it been? It's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think it's time for a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. Raldo Brale asks, "Hi, what's your favorite mod that's not your mod?" I would say S1 API. I think that's my favorite mod. And then also the virus scanner mod. Those are both very good mods. I like those. So now I gotta basically figure out the min pass logic and the spawning of everything, basically. That's what I need to do. So I know that I need to spawn a goon. So I'm gonna define that within this quest object, there is going to be a property, and that's going to be a cartel goon. That's gonna be a public field, right? And then that's the goon that's gonna be spawned before the quest starts, I guess. Okay. Actually, there's gonna be a lot of goons that's gonna be spawned, so I'm just gonna define that this is a, you know, yeah. And then there's going fucking AI. It's gonna, yeah. I'm gonna define a list. This is gonna be the one that's gonna handle most of them. So these are gonna be working with you at the northern waterfront. I think like 3 or 4 maybe. So, and then there's gonna be cops, and that's gonna be a list of police officers or NPCs. Either way will work. Ambush cops. So there's gonna be a lot of spawning and despawning objects and officers. So there's always gonna be a high probability of things going wrong. There's gonna be a lot of errors in the logs related to the pathfinding. So I don't know how to make it efficient, really. Like the amount of shit that gets spawned, I don't know. Waves of 2 cops maybe. So there's gonna be waves of 2 cops. I think that's the way to go. So I'll just define the quest entries here first. This one, when the first entry is active, I need to be following the no, I need to update the transform position of this one for the per location here. The POI will be like this, and then I'll make sure that this one Royal Up Rally asks, are you just doing the framework or are you working on the entire quest? Like, how much do you want to do? How many streams do you think this takes? I mean, it depends. It depends how fast I code. I can make it like somewhat work in the next 30 minutes, and there will be a framework. But I don't know how well will it work. You know, there's gonna be bugs if I do it in 40 minutes. So it depends. This one I don't even need. Like this. And then I'm gonna say that this one is going to need no, how can I do this? I think I'm gonna need this one. There's some positions here that I could use, like here. So I can just use these coordinates to make the proximity check. And this is the and then that's Raldo probably asks, how did you make the NPCs model? I didn't make any models here. I'm using everything that the game has, right? So the game already has cops, the game already has the cartel. I'm not making really any new models. I'm using the existing models, and then I'm like spawning those, like copying them over, you know. So I'm not really doing any modeling here. How about NA cops? No, neither. Like I don't do any modeling there. Like the cops, everything about the cops is already there. I'm just like using the textures, using the models, and then, you know, sometimes I'm changing a little bit of the clothing. But then again, those clothes, they are from the base game. They are from the original developer, not me. Right. So now if the player is nearby the red building, the small red building, within 5 units, then the entry will get completed. Like this. I still haven't done the spawning of the goon, but this will work. It's gonna update the position and then complete. Now when when the next one starts, move cocaine like this. Actually, this one needs a return. This. But here, do I need to check anything? I don't know. What's the logic? I haven't. So I'm gonna make interactable cocaine bars that you get into your inventory when you press interact button, and then from that I have to check that the box SUV inventory contains the cocaine so that the player is moving actively cocaine into the trunk, right? And then when the pallet is emptied so that there's no more cocaine on the pallet and the cocaine exists within the box SUV's inventory, then this completes. So there is gonna be something here related to the basic. But then again, I could also, within the same min pass function, I could also handle the logic for making sure that the player isn't actively stealing. So I don't know how that will work, but I'll figure something out. Cardo insta kills player. I'll do them instantly kill the player, so the player will die instantly, and then they have to respawn. And then the last one is gonna be police ambush. And then within that one, check if wanted state. Actually, I have code for this already, I'm pretty sure. So I can just copy paste it over already. It's somewhere here along the 1,000 lines of code. Here. So I'm checking if the current pursuit level is level none. And I don't really need a distance check for it. Honestly, I'll just despawn it later. You know, I'll leave it be for a little bit and then despawn everything. And then I'm gonna say here, and then I'm gonna say to do here because I need to do the cleanup function. I haven't spawned anything yet. And then the quest reward, I don't really know what the reward will be. A lot of XP, of course, and then maybe some progression jumps, who knows, maybe some free seeds, free equipment, I don't know. Right, do I want to continue doing this framework still? Right, I gotta get rid of this. Did I paste it here on accident? No, it's I need to rename this. Setup True Brothers Quest. No, what the fuck? Uh, wait. Did I paste it? Yeah, I accidentally did it on this one, so I'm just gonna rename this. And then this one is Allied Supplies. And then at the last one, I think, no, I don't think there's a failing condition here based on that one. It'd be like this. So the next thing that I need to do is work with this one. So because this setups the quest object, I still need to have a cartel goon spawned before that one so that I can assign it within this. And I should be able to do it actually even before. So basically right after I add the component, basically. And I'll just say that it needs to have an input parameter of the type Cartel goon here. So bond goon. So that's the guy that's gonna introduce the player to the quest, basically. So they're gonna interrupt them. What Cartel Enforcer future ideas are you most excited for? Route Up Riley asks. I don't even know. Everything. Anything. We need more. We need more features. We need more content. That's what the community says. It's never enough. You can never have enough. I'll be excited for the things that I can't even imagine. What if we're gonna get a quantum reality within the mod? You never know. That would be very exciting. It would be everything and nothing at the same time. So I already have a lot of the spawning related stuff right here. I don't really need to do a lot of it, so I'll just copy over a lot of this stuff basically. And actually I'll probably do a pre-requirement function for it before I start to spawn anything, because I want to work it from the ground up, so one step at a time from the start to the finish. That's the plan. So the framework is basically done already. I already have all the related code. Now I just need the content, spawning everything, making sure that the quest works, and there's a reward for it. So True Brothers quest require requirement met. What a fantastic name for a Boolean value. And it doesn't even matter how long it is. It can be so obscurely long. So are you continuing this or leaving it for later? I mean, why stop now? Maybe I'll be able to get it done in the 40 minutes that I said. And maybe in 40 minutes I'll have a functioning quest that I can show here. You never know, man. You never know. I Cartel status has to be true, basically. That's the condition here. And then I'll say that Suburbia has to have one. So this is gonna be later on in the game, so you gotta go through Suburbia first. That's around the same time that the other end game quests for the hostile start to appear, so it makes sense. And hold on, I need to make sure that that isn't bugged actually, because I think I saw a bug. I think I saw a bug here. Hold on. Where is it? I swear to God I saw it. Where is it? Here. Yes. Yes, in the IL2 CPP version of the mod, it was still checking for Suburbia instead of docks for the car quest, for the 4 wheels one. So that was a bug. So I think I lowered it probably 2 updates ago. So now it should be the same. It's a bug. God damn it. Never have those enough. So I'm gonna say here Suburbia. And I'm gonna say maybe 5 or 4 customers from Suburbia. At least 4 customers from there. And then I don't I don't really think there needs to be like a rank requirement for it. Honestly, just gonna lower the chance of the player encountering it, because it's gonna be a pretty rare encounter, I say. Maybe like 1 in a 10,000. Riled Up Riley asks, if you like tested out the mod right now, what will happen? Well, first of all, I will be able to get the quest, so the UI will work. It will show me that I have the quest active and enabled. But nothing else will work, so there's nothing else. Because there's no way to proceed with the quest. I cannot like get the quest entries completed, so it will just show that the quest is active. I haven't spawned anything, I haven't really done anything related to that. But that's the next thing that I'm going to do, basically. And I'm gonna have it here, because it's gonna be essential. And it's gonna be another enumerator, because this is gonna handle the spawning of the goon and then also the following of the goon. No, the spawning and then the goon trying to navigate to the player and interrupt them and talk with them. And then, because always it won't always be successful, I need to make sure that it's handled properly, basically. So start or summon conversate goon. So it's doing two things: summoning and then conversating, and then there's a goon with it. And because this one needs the input parameter, then I can already do this. Start and I'll add it to the coroutines list for safety. And then in between those two will happen a lot of things. There's going to be a segment where I spawn a goon and then set destination to player, and while traversing the player, check proximity and conversate or interrupt cancel despawn. So there's two things that's gonna happen in the while loop. There's gonna be like a couple of if conditions here. And then and then actually this one is not going to be like a standalone. That's going to be encased by a callback function, because it's going to be the player's decision, basically, that matters the most here. They can choose to accept the quest or decline the quest, basically. So accept quest dialogue related, and then that's gonna add the coroutine basically. And then I'm gonna have a code related to the dialogue callbacks. Right. So now from the ground up again, spawn the goon. That's that should be easily set that done. Where is the code related to that? I can just copy paste everything. I have it. So here, for example. And then the position. So and that I don't need. I guess there needs to be another while loop here. Because no, they should only trigger when something happens. So player must be, for example, outside of a building, you know, traveling in the streets, maybe in a shop. So I don't really want to do a while here before. Then what's the position? It should be a random sample nearby that's not in the camera position, maybe. So I can copy the camera related code from it's somewhere here. I don't really remember the function name. Where is it? Here. Spawn the defender goon here. Where is it? Try spawn goons on that here. So I'll probably need like a pre-requirement for this quest, and that's gonna be like that the goon pool has to have like about 5 at least. Rolled up Riley says, hey, bye Axel with sauce, I have to eat dinner now. Enjoy the meal. You enjoy the meal. So I need to work with this later, basically. It's gonna be to ensure that the mod doesn't bug out. Try to despawn any important goons. So I'll get the closest player, or I'll just define that the player is a local player. And then I'll put this up to 8, just in case. And yield break. I'm gonna put this up to like 32 maybe. So now I have the position here. I can use that. And that random point is gonna be within 20 to 32 units from the player. You know, circular radius. And then set the stay inside behavior inactive, disable the schedule so that they basically AFK. And then I should be able to handle the behavior manually. Except for combat, of course, but so then here um I can probably take code from here. No. So this is gonna be the first for loop, I guess, here. So I'll just handle everything here, basically. And then and additionally, what else? Yield return wait. And then let's say 1 second. And then I guess I'll define like a timeout here. So max reverse time, and that's gonna be 120 seconds, so 2 minutes. Here, the next thing that I need to do is make sure that it follows. So, distance from player I need to make sure that this is so I'm simultaneously checking two things. One, if the distance is smaller than, let's say, 4, start the conversation and then continue, because then this will be flagged. So player conversation equals true. And then the else condition will be this. So it will be always checking each second that it has a destination, that it's moving. And then based on that, it goes back to start to increment the traverse time. Or maybe I should do it like this. If not has destination, then I'll just basically flip it. And if it's paused, then resume. So just for convenience, if it's not paused, So now I gotta essentially wait here. I think this needs like a yield return wait for, because I need to check these. So I'm basically handling the callback here in the same block of code. So I guess I'll make two boolean values. That's gonna be just flags basically. Accepted and then refused, and they're both going to be false, and then respectively it's going to be here. So if the player was conversated, then I'll check for either of those. So no, that's gonna be I'm gonna have to do the IL2 CPP version, so I'm gonna wrap it up in a, just a simple boolean function. So has made decision, that's gonna be the function name, and then that returns when the player has made a decision, basically return accepted or refused. That's simple, but because there's a IL2 CPP backend, I have to do it like this. Wait, why cannot convert method group has made decision to non-delegate type bool? No, this is definitely a boolean. Yeah, this is definitely a boolean. Or has something changed here? So I've definitely done this before. Yeah, I can do it like this maybe. So I'll do it like this. And then after that's done, based on the decision, if the player accepted, quest starts and handles rest of the logic. If refused, wait and despawn. So because a lot of the code here share similar logic, the traversal time to the despawning here and the despawning here. I guess I could wrap it up in a like try not to repeat the code. So how am I gonna do this? Something like this. Right. So when I want it to despawn, I guess when it's in combat, I want to wait for a little bit. So I'll just include here that I want to yield return. Let's say wait for 10 seconds, whatever. It's gonna despawn in front of the player, but I don't really mind it. And if it's been following for the player, it can instantly despawn, maybe. And if refused, then definitely wait for a longer time. Yield return wait 30. And then this handles it. So if it's dead, revive. If it's in combat, disable. Schedule manager, enable it again. Stay inside, stay. I don't have this one. And then I can probably set it as null. And then yield break. That's gonna handle it. Right, that's done and dusted. Riley asks, how are you with this project? Well, currently we have a goon that gets spawned nearby the player, and then the goon is gonna follow you until they can talk with you. And then there's gonna be two options. There's gonna be accept quest or refuse quest. And then you can click on one of those. And when you press accept, you get the quest. And when you press refuse, you don't get the quest. And then the goon despawns. That's how far we are. And then the quest UI will be instantiated if you accept. But there's nothing else yet. I'm basically at the point where I need to code the logic for navigating the goon to the northern waterfront, and then also additionally spawning all the items. So I gotta spawn a pallet, I gotta spawn the cocaine bricks, I gotta spawn the SUV, I gotta spawn the other cartel members that are gonna be there. Basically just standing around, you know. And yeah, that's where we're at right now. Test it out. I mean, sure. But before that, I'm gonna make sure that I can actually toggle it with the command. So, because I don't have any way to kind of toggle it, so I need to make sure that I can actually toggle it. So, I'll go to the console thing right here, console module. We're gonna add a new startable quest here. It's gonna be a console command. And that's gonna be True Brothers target. I'm gonna prefix it with allied. So True Brothers start, and then I'm gonna say here that it's gonna be a coroutine with the summon conversate goon like this. There we go. Now I can test it out. I guess that should be all. Or not. Yep, because I still need this one. I need to list it here. Like this. Time to test it out. Because I'm playing on a potato, it's gonna take at least 10 light years for the game to load. I'll be able to travel across the universe by the time that the game loads. But while the game is loading, I'll read through the code and make sure that everything's as supposed to be. Here we go. We're in the game. Now I gotta wait for the start. Lag. And again, here we go. A little bit still. Okay, here we go. Now it should be still get smooth. Right. So because I made the new console commands, I should be able to type here Cartel Enforcer and then help. I get nothing. Cartel Enforcer help. I get nothing. Okay, let's try Cartel Enforcer start through brothers. Okay, it's not working. My console commands are not working yet. Now I gotta figure out why the console commands are not working. This is why QA testing is important. If the console commands were working, then it would have worked. So I didn't get any feedback from this one. Oh, it's because it says here Anacops. It says here Anacops. This is supposed to be Cartel Enforcer. Right. See. It's the little things that matter. It's the little things that matter the most. And now I gotta wait 5 minutes again to wait for the game to load. Fantastic. I need a loading screen simulator for this one. Schedule one, but you stare at the loading screen for 10 hours. A mod that makes the loading screen permanent. You just listen to the loading screen music. 10 hours. Maybe now. Rolled Up Riley asks, did you change the DLL? Yes, yes, I built the DLL again after changing the one line. Yeah. So now wait for the lag. There we go. A little bit. There we go. And then a little bit. No. Okay. So now cartel enforcer and then help. Then that works. So I can say let's go somewhere out in the public because I want to see the cartel guy run to me. So cartel enforcer and then start and then true brothers. I think it's this guy. I'm pretty sure it's this guy. You know, he looks ominous, you know. I think it's this guy. But I don't want to talk to him though. What if I don't want to talk to him? I think he's following me around here. Maybe they got some important things to discuss. Well, I guess I'll talk to them. Maybe this time. Are you gonna talk to me or not? I mean, they're supposed to talk to me, you know. But yeah, and then here I'm gonna accept. Follow me. And then it gave me the quest. But the quest disappeared because I'm not truest with the cartel. So, but yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. But the framework for the quest is like there. Like all the quest states and stuff. That's like the boring part of coding it. So I need to probably make sure that the text is also modified here. What if you like kill the True Brothers guy? Well, then the quest doesn't appear. You can't get the quest if you kill them. Or if you have the quest active, the quest will fail. You know? Wait, conversate. Can start. Traverse the player. Because I don't know why it didn't start the conversation here. It was supposed to start it here. And that is didn't log either. So something happened here. I think it got stuck here. Here. in this function. I mean, the dialogue can't be in progress, honestly. I guess. Or what if the player speaks to it first? Yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't know. That's a kind of a... That's a problem. So I guess I'll be waiting here also for that one. And that should make it so that it has the text now. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. I think it's time to wrap it up for the day, though. I think it's time to wrap it up for the day. Continue will be later.